days even. I see Anarchy there as well. I. Anyways. Now I can't remember what I was supposed to do at this point. Okay, we have money. This is good. I think everybody's good on equipment. Yeah. Everybody's good on equipment and gear and all that. So I think we should be good for a bit. So. Everyone's got enough HP. Let's go to the forest entrance and continue the journey. Nah. We don't need to. They don't need to waste our resources on these guys. They're nothing. Well, you can't say that's just your tribe name, you know? Cause you know that's the name that our tribe gave her. For what it's worth, a lot of it is kind of just Yuji Himukai isn't exactly known for drawing characters with big feet. Actually. Yeah, see. But then again, that's just kind of how it is, you know. The feet tend to be a bit on the, should I say, underdeveloped side. Means he's probably not a feet, guys. The argument should be it could be made for armpits. Again, one thing I like about Himukai is that his art is generally there's a lot of diversity to his art. He's got a really good range, which is what I really like about his art personally. Jelly, welcome! How's it even? Gabby, how's it even? Welcome. Eat it a 1 pound burger. Oh god. Big burger. Everybody's all, yeah, well, everybody's all figure out what they're doing with everything. I can't believe they added a racism skill to Etrian Odyssey. Awful. Just awful. I don't blame you for being a bit upset, Gabby. I know there's a lot going on over where you live. I just hope if anything it'll help at least a little. Okay, now we do dismiss. Should we do 5-star or ice? Yes, it's always old people's fault. It's always old people who don't understand how the world works nowadays. You know, the good news is that the hypno owl just kind of does his thing. And then he eats a hit for everyone anyways. I don't care even if he still does, frankly, terrify me. AoE sleep effects are not a thing you should be ignoring in an Etrian Odyssey game. It's like having a freaking allied mycenoid. It shouldn't even be allowed, frankly. You know, I really should have ended last stream by at least entering the 4th floor. That way I could have gotten some quests in. I did, yes. Oh, God. Jump scare. As you slowly progress to the labyrinth, the young man appears before you. His piercing gaze relaxes into a smile. He speaks slowly, as if choosing his words carefully. We met on the 2nd floor, no? Glad to see you safe here. You're in one of the luckier guilds. The young man then shifts his gaze deeper into the forest. Lucky though you are to survive this far, trespassing farther into the labyrinth is forbidden. It's simply much too dangerous, he shrugs, his piercing gaze again fixed on you. He seems unlikely to bend in his stance, though you may attempt to appeal to his reason. Sure. You ask him why those who are here to explore the labyrinth are barred from doing so. This is far enough for those with idle curiosity. Only those with higher callings may go further. The young man runs a speculative gaze over you before continuing. If you strive for greater than to see the labyrinth's sights, then return to the Senators and petition them for a letter of marque. If you wish, that is. The young man nods quickly and takes up his firm stance, blocking our way. It seems your best option at the moment is to return to Amora Road and speak with the Senators. Dang it! Try something! Admittedly, she kind of reminds me of Akko. Just the aesthetic. It's the purple. Even if I'm not completely familiar with Akko's opinion on Misugaki. And even at this point in the game, the large builds are still really difficult to deal with. It doesn't help again, because, you know, no proper healing. Yeah, you kind of would have figured, wouldn't you? But then again, I guess it is what it is. Kanzo, welcome. How's it even? It seems the exploration is going smoothly. I hear you met Kujira in this fourth basement. Hey! Oh, we're afraid of the young man in the flashy red outfit carrying a katana. Kujira is right, I'm afraid. He won't be able to explore any further for the time being. The labyrinth is becoming choked with explorers in the depths of the first stratum. To correct that, I'm thinking of issuing a mission requesting the guilds to slay a certain monster. Just sit tight until it's made official, hmm? The senator wishes to gauge the strength of those plumbing the labyrinth steps. Ayo. If you had answered their call, then defeat the beast Narmer on Beast 4F. I don't really have a choice, do I? Oh, well, this mission fall to you then. I should explain it to you in detail. The Senatist has not been gathering explorers aimlessly. There's a purpose for it. There's something we hope you can claim for us in the undersea realm beyond the first stratum. The challenge of those depths requires more than a journeyman's skill, else it would be a suicide run. Thus, we assign this ordeal to explorers to test their worthiness. See if you can best the giant catfish Narmer, guardian of the fourth floor. The ideal outcome would be to defeat Narmer and see what lies beyond. Fortune go with you. I know how Akko is about things, I just find it kind of, you know... Honestly, it's kind of funny because, like, I remember when Akko was using a voice changer, and then, like, I remember they switched to not using a voice changer, and it almost sounded identical. The poison gas. Yeah, this girl would sell us. What's it called? Wait. She would sell us neurotoxin. No, she's got that look, you know. Anyways, take a look here. a bottle. I found a letter and a bottle on the beach and I want to write back, but I don't know what to say. Please help me. How do you send it back? You put it in another bottle and send it. You actually accepted that request? It's more of an advisor position, though. It would seem the innkeeper's son found a bottle on the beach with a letter on it. He read it and said it came from someone not of this world. I mean, this city. You can color me with the surprise paint, the letter all the way across the sea. Anyway, the son wants to write a letter back, but he is not knowing what he should say. Such inexperience, but that is what youth is. He doesn't even know if it'll get there. Kibasa, thank you for the raid. Look. That is not the point though. You want some help in writing a letter. That's it. Now go. Okay, Miss Spear, I travel the world in search of delicacies. I have yet to taste the honey of the amber bee. This request is from the traveling gourmand, a spear. That bastarding a spear goes around the world searching for delicacies, and now he is here. Have you heard of the amber bee, honey? That is what he is wanting. He says it is very sweet. I hear rumors that an amber bee nest can be found on 4th floor. Getting the nest can be a tricksome experience. I only say once, so I'll be listening. First, you smoke the nest. I know! We gotta smoke out though. How's the owl doing today? Same as he ever does. He terrifies me. First, you smoke the nest, and this should knock out all the bees and they'll all fall out of the nest. Then you must climb the tree and cut the nest out the branch. It can be hard, but do it. Finally, put the nest in the bag and bring it back to me. Alright, it should be simple enough. Yeah, we gotta smoke them. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any guns in this game, so. No, I can't properly smoke them. Oh, hello everyone, you here to see me? Oh, you've accepted my request. Thank you so much. Isn't it wonderful how a letter from the outside world made it here? Oh, I'm sorry, that's not really important, is it? Let me tell you about the letter. A girl named Ellie wrote the letter. She says she's the fisherman's daughter. I think she really likes flowers. She wrote a lot about this field she can see at home. Let's see the others to it. What should I say when I write back to her? Write about flowers. Flowers. I don't know very much about them, but I think Ellie would enjoy reading it. Okay, I don't know if I can say a whole lot about them, but I'll give it a try. Thank you for your time. I left there right at the bar, so please get it here. Oh, and thanks for what you've done for me. I'll take 50% off your storage fees. You guys are charging storage fees? Please don't tell the other guilds about this, though. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know this kid was a boy. Honestly, I thought it was a girl. Just kind of gives that vibe. Hello, everyone. It is thinking that you helped out that boy. I wonder what kind of letter that rascal is going to write now that you've helped him. But you're advising, so there should be no worries. Explorers are always fighting. I wish someone would write me a letter like that, but why don't you do it? That would be nice. Well, here's your reward for this one. Take it. Okay. I admit, I did prefer Cass. Yep, shoulders spotted. Nah, we're probably gonna beat the first boss today, though. Well, it's funny because we actually did have a femboy Shota in our first, in our party in the last game. So in all honesty, I should have known. Yeah, Fed Boy, the Federal Agent Shota. He's actually in his 30s. Yes, Underboob has no skills whatsoever. Alright, Gabby. Let's man. Sheesh. Not as close. This is the general goal of the game. Who's the big bad and why are they bad? There is no big bad. The only big bad is the violence that of nature. And also, the other big bad is when I managed to successfully defeat all of the enemies without properly dismissing the hypno owl, resulting in about a 16 or so TP loss. Step forward to heal the young man. It stands exactly as before. Has the son of this given you their approval? Very well, you are free to proceed if you wish. The young man stands to one side and throws you some medicine, calling it a parting gift. Narmer in the ancient tongue, it means raging catfish. Do not fight it in anything but peak condition. The young man steps aside, clearing the way. I've seen the dojin about the hypno from Pokemon. The owl doesn't sound much better. He shouldn't, but he's extremely powerful, so it's really difficult to argue whether or not we should have him around. You take his words to heart before going your own way. definitely the best summon that we have access to. In the long term, however, I do think that we will probably end up benefiting from some of the other summons. Right now, it's mostly just a matter of, he puts all of the enemies to sleep, which is really difficult to say no to. But in the long run... What was my favorite Pokemon? That's a difficult one, honestly. I'm not as a very indecisive person, so... Things like my favorite are really hard to say, honestly. You only have one trace of a genuine Pokemon as your solo Mon 5 version playthrough. Dragonite. It'd be especially questionable considering the fact that Gardevoir isn't available until Gen which one? 3. Vaporeon, on the other hand, I fear no man but that thing. It scares me. Did you know that based on human male and Pokemon female crossbreeding, Vaporeon is the most efficient? I can't remember the whole copy buzz. I'm sorry. Also, I distinctly recall watching a video where somebody actually sat down and debunked that, and it was like, I think it was something like Quagsire was actually like the absolute pinnacle. The laws don't say anything about the Pokemon, Chili. See, do I want to do... So this depends. Abusing them. Basically the most... You know, when you say it like that... Oh, by the way, 100% I expect the next generation of Pokemon games is gonna be just ridiculously sanctimonious. Like, apparently environmentalism is, like, gonna be a really important part of them. And I'm gonna be honest. Have you ever, like, actually listened to the writing of a Pokemon game? It's like, it's gonna be even worse. Because it's basically just gonna be like a 5 or so minute unskippable dialogue. Or no, sorry, monologue. Where somebody's sitting here with your protagonist character who has no expression other than just... you know, vaguely disinterested smile, maybe with a little bit of trauma thrown in. Slightly traumatized smile. Well, somebody sits here talking about how... And they're just freaking talking about how you need to freaking protect the environment or whatever. But no, let's sit down here and talk about how now they have ambient occlusion. Congratulations! You learned how to do something that people have been doing since freaking 2015. The hypno owl will be abused and used on the viewers. Yeah, no, I can stop using bring the hypno out whenever I want. As you walk by the water, you see still thrashing fish falling on the ground. You reflexively turn towards the source in the befuddlement and see a bear catching fish. The fish that came flying must have been part of its haul. Looking closely, you spot a bottle of medicine near the fish which another explorer may have dropped. You hesitate to reach for the medicine, worried the bear might interpret it as stealing the fish. I think we take him. Take the medicine. You stealthily approach the bottle of medicine and screwing up your courage, you grab it. Unable to help stealing a nervous glance at the bear, you find it staring directly at you. It holds its stare for several agonizing seconds, but then goes back to the stream disinterested. You let out a breath and silently thank the bear's magnanimity before leaving the area. Joke's on them! I knew there was no way they would actually have a proper bear enemy in a Etrian Odyssey game. I'm smart. Oh my god, the return of Wojciech! Let's go! The trilogy was finally completed. Eesh. Those guys hit pretty hard though. Hey, I mean, for what it's worth, Anarchy, I don't know that's what happens. It's just best not to think too hard about it. It's a good thing you can't name those summons or hurts and just you the owl be named Bill Cosby. I'm gonna be honest, I think so far the Wildling might actually be one of my favorite Etrian classes now. It's just been a funny class. Just being able to summon random monsters. Like, I'm pretty sure most of the creatures that you're able to summon with the Wildling are just straight up creatures that appear as regular monsters in these games. Fellowship of the Bear, the Two Shodas, the Return of Wojciech. Again, the best game ever. Wojciech. I don't think I've seen the cow either. That one might be the only one that I don't know of. there's a game out there where you're basically playing as a goblin slayer goblins. That's concerning, Anarchy. Also, yes, the gene pool has already been ruined. Look, the day that we learned how to save somebody from dying from bleeding out or something, I'll be real with you, I think brain surgery should have been a taboo subject. It's intruding on God's domain after all. Some don't really need, some are beyond saving. Alright, I should probably head back to town now because we're looking pretty rough. She walked away with a pretty good haul there at the end. Let's see your weapons. Second, why are the later sword upgrades cheaper than the rapiers? Despite the rapiers honestly being kind of worse. Ah, wait, never mind. The Palash is actually a pretty strong weapon. Oh yeah, because it doesn't have a plash. How you pronounce it? I guess technically pierce damage is getting a bit far with some of the weapons, but Anyways, a gun with poison around the barrel that marks each bullet with venom. There's no way that's gonna last long, though, right? Like, I'll stand by. I'll stand by the mentality. The Mesogaki Sovereign was probably one of the greatest aesthetic choices in the entire series. Hands down. My plan is to get her, is actually to get her to, is the focus on, yes. 100%. My plan is to get her good with both so that she can use them to get as much damage as possible, basically. Because she needs to max out to get both to level 8, I think, for one of her skills. Because I want to get her up to getting her to get swashbuckling. When that happens, I can start messing around with chase skills. I might probably end up going for maybe chase thrust. To go with the cow. Cause we're gonna get the cow. We're gonna get the cow. It's gonna be incredible. So I'm gonna go for Dismissed Beast, or I'm gonna just keep going for more Call Owl. Well, you gotta understand, Gabby. The Cunning is going to be the one summoning the milk. We're gonna put another level in Dismiss Beast. I think that's what we're gonna do. Alright, see a custom skill. She also has a skill up. Concentrate to increase damage with elemental attacks. Or maybe I was actually wanting to get Alana with Meteor. Which is actually really strong but really expensive at the same time. She brings a different type of milkshake to the yard. What do you mean, Anarchy? Alright, and everybody keeps worrying. I don't know if I should be worried or not, though. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. Twitch chat has been known to correct Minnie. Yeah, you gotta remember, you gotta pay the oil tax. It's a very important tax that needs to be paid on the regular. I can't remember how much it was. It was expensive though. I think it was like a 30% tax. I can't remember. Just remember, the founding fathers started a revolution over. How much was it? Like a 2% tax on tea. What is the take area? Fine sheet. Nah. The guys working at the IRS are just masters of their craft. They live to make everything slightly worse for everyone. And that's how they win. Imagine just like, you know, your entire life that you gotta go through. Like, you gotta deal with just some guy whose entire existence is just to make your life worse. Like, isn't it wild? Isn't it just a crazy thought right there? Just... Loan sharks don't get arrested. We just give them a new job to work with the federal government. That was not a good blindside right there. Also, I was a little bit disappointed to learn that apparently if you have one wildling and more than one slot available, it does not make it possible for you to add extra slots. So even if you have the spare slots to add another party member, it doesn't mean that you can add more though. It's kind of like you know, it's like I can't say I'm surprised, but it's like it would have been kind of cool if, you know. Miles, welcome. How's it even? Cool. It's a lot of not friends. Wait, these guys aren't. Very weird. Anyways, doesn't matter. The owl is a ghost, so G-san and I can't change your mind. Honestly, I don't disagree with that assessment of the owl. He gives off Ghost Soji-san vibes. Just debated an owl mascot costume with a smartphone. You know what? That's just that is almost how I can envision it too, honestly. No, and he's actively using the smartphone so that people don't realize he's just a guy. That's the tech. That's how he does it. Everyone thinks it's magic. Everyone thinks it's magic, but it's actually ancient technology that you just kind of stumbled on one day. Frankly, that's what makes it truly disturbing, though. see here. More rapier mastery. Basically, she's just gonna have absurd levels of rapier damage. Yeah, ancient pre-flood technology. But also is an isekai protagonist, so it basically adds to it all. Ah, I like watching Anarchy make jokes he himself is uncomfortable with. It's almost entertaining in a way to watch him get all flustered over it. Now I just need to hire an artist. I think this is like a gold 22 volumes. 100%. Like this is something that I can 100% see them definitely making into a full-on anime series. Yeah, I could see Crunchyroll honestly funding this indirectly. Alright, let's see here. Landguard, bodyguard. This probably focus on giving him all the basic wall skills. Not that we don't overdo it. Well, it's gotta be Crunchyroll. Where else do you think all the trashy isekai comes from? But you think it's actually like, you know... Like, do you actually think that it's somebody who genuinely just enjoys the craft making that? No, it's somebody who's like ultra cynical and knows that it's gonna be funded because Crunchyroll is trying to fund things that are palatable for basically normies. Ah! Anaconda! Yeah, later probably. Look, Japan made high school prodigies have it easy in another world without Crunchyroll. I mean, maybe. But Crunchyroll is definitely at least trying to ensure that this stuff ends up going a bit further. I'm just saying. Hey, come on, those bucks. Formaldehyde! Let's go! Let's go! My favorite ingredient in cigarettes! Let's go! should have been. Creepy, I hardly know. Bad anarchy. Bad anarchy. Yeah, that's right, that's right. And hit yourself with the belt a few times. Just bad anarchy. Now then stand in the corner and time yourself. This is hands-off parenting. Yeah, basically. No, you just gotta expect that they're gonna do what you're asking them to do, but you know, we're probably not though, cause you know. We got a leg hammer. Finally, something I can break a worthless rat's kneecaps with. Keep getting a lot of starry cases. I wonder, does it require a specific kill condition? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Actually, how's this guy looking on? Oh, reptile. Weak to cold. Why didn't I consider that as a possibility? Like, seriously, I should have considered that as a possibility. But Snake brings me unease. Why is that anarchy? pretty smoothly. At least Mr. Owl is pretty useful. Doesn't cost much TP. Generally, big one. Custom. I don't think there. I kind of wish there was an option to heal everyone with though. Well, no, he's only wanted by the government insofar as the government doesn't want him to say anything. But if he does testify in court, that could be a problem. So they don't want to actually deal with him. Yeah, so like in the long term, they'll probably just leave him be, let him just do what he wants. In the short term, however, he's inconvenient. But if he suddenly found his way onto, say a foreign country and is regularly playing Fortnite, they really don't have much reason to care. They can just drop a quick out of our hands. Doesn't matter anymore. Now, if he does appear on the government soil, or in the country soil again, then they might actually go after him. Might go after him. There's no guarantees though, because, he has his uses. Odd thing to mention Diablo. I have no clue where those guys could have gotten brought up. Shifty A, shifty A. Not gonna do it, Anarchy. Not gonna do it, Anarchy. I don't feel like it right now. Oh. Shut up, Anarchy. Shut up, Anarchy. Anyways. I don't know if we can go much farther right now. At least they managed to map out some of the areas that I missed earlier. A mistake was made! Well, that's our answer then. Did we finally get an actual heavy armor set? Let's go! Heavy armor get! Spiked leather. How kinky, anyways. Shinana and I'm bored my Akamara. Everyone else is either medium armor or flight armor. It's because she knows that you'll It's because she knows that you're gonna buy extra from her. Cause she knows how you are, Gonzo. Yeah, it's gonna be we got that Fist of the North Star grip. Actually, oof. There's a lot of stuff to actually keep in mind. Anyways, you need to remember to buy a thread because that is a very important thing for us. Alright, so is there anything else to sell? Or? I don't think I want to have the formaldehyde and nectar all in my inventory. Galaxy 3 in particular seems to have a lot of Meshigakis. This one just really knew the target demographic. Wait, is switching no longer a free action? Not a big fan of that one. I kinda like that about the more recent games where switching, where changing roles is considered a free action. Mostly because I don't really think that changing roles is all that overpowered of a thing to be able to do. Are you telling me a shrimp killed this party? That figure. That figure. My diablo. Yeah, there's some people around too, just they don't know how to drive. Do not know how to drive. No, I wish they'd learn, but they won't. They never do. Unfortunately for them, they didn't really get much out of that. Actually, you know, this is the first Tetris Odyssey game I've played where I've seen the classic FOE design. So that is kind of funny, honestly. I summoned the wrong thing by accident. Yeah, I should probably have a heal up actually, because It's one of those things you get good at, you know, and then... So we just use the hypno owl for like one turn, and it's basically just constantly... The hypno owl is hilariously overpowered, by the way. Just the fact that he can just... The amount of damage that he prevents is absurd. Expect it to be quite as strong as it is in here. That's kind of the fact that it's just like an you summon it and it gives an AoE sleep debuff to all enemies. Benefits, I think, of the wildling class is gonna end up being ironically their ability to just apply debuffs to enemies. Because they can get a lot of debuffs added. I think they have access to almost every debuff in the game, actually. Well, the thing to remember about resistances in this game is every enemy has a different resistance to different ailments. So some enemies just outright have a weakness to poison. For what it's worth, I don't know where the bandages are coming from. The skill's called bandage, but I don't know where they're coming from. Yeah, but like you can get all the different binds. And then you start getting a lot of AoEs as well. How this is looking right here. The door? I'm familiar with that one. What? Prices measurement from stuff for heals little HP. Oh yeah, I'm familiar with this one. Alright, guys. Yeah, that looks like just a straight turn. Okay. So I think this guy here is just gonna... Oh! Never mind! Horribly miscalculated that one. How'd that happen? We're not doing that for easy now, okay? I'm sorry. Also, it's the classic FOE. You gotta remember, like, you know, the most classic FOE in all of Etcher and Odyssey will always be the deer. Ah! Misty! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, guys! Welcome! I apologize. Oh, you made a pizza. That's good to hear. Man, that was a difficult area to get through. But we managed. And nobody died. Which is honestly more than can probably be said for the usual run of this area. Now, I don't mind pineapple on pizza. As you proceed down the forest path, you notice a sweet smell in the air and look around. You spy a large beehive in a nearby tree with beautiful translucent bees all around. You recall that a gourmand in the city requested a certain kind of bee's nest. There's no mistake, this must be an amber bee nest. You try to think back on what Missy told you about how to collect the beehive. Okay, first we smoke the nest, or we can throw a rock at it. And just... you know, for best outcome, throw a rock at it. Okay, smoke the nest. You decide to start a small fire at the base of the tree to smoke the nest out. After gathering some dried twigs from nearby and setting them alight, a choking smoke rises. The bees fall out of the air, stunned. It would seem this is the correct first step. Climb the tree. Shinana finds it convenient to hold and begins climbing the tree. Very blatantly trying to tease everybody with the partial upskirt. Thanks to the smoke from earlier, the beehive seems to be empty. Shinana climbs up the tree with no problems. She safely made it to the nest. This will be the last step. Think about what to do. Cut the nest off the branch. Shinana Shinada holds the hive tightly before cutting at the base of the nest. It's difficult to cut, but after enough work, the nest is eventually cut free. Shinada carefully puts the nest in a bag before turning to the others on the ground. You know the requested item, take it back to the bar to fulfill the request. I was curious about what happened if I just, throw a rock at the tree. But I also know that we can't really afford to go. Yeah, we just walked in there, stole their home. And that's that. They have no home now. As you move forward, overcoming ordeals, all the while you find two figures at a bridge. The city members of the Motsumi Guild. When you step forward, the boy ninja meets you halfway. Hey, we meet again. If you're all the way out here, that must mean you've come to beat in armor, right? Agata's smile is as wide and sunny as before. You'd hate to lie to the beaming boy. I knew it. Okay then, I have a suggestion for you. Wanna work together to beat that thing? I have to get to the second shadow, no matter what it takes. A cloud passes over Agata's face, but it clears quickly and his wide smile returns. So how about it? I'm begging you here. It's up to you whether to accept the boy's request. Not really. Our 6th slot is technically filled already. I guess it wouldn't hurt. The boy's delight on seeing you not as palpable. That's what I'm talking about. We can go over the details once he gets in Armor's lair. Hypatia will tell you what she's found out about the fish's behavior and habits. That was easy stuff to find out, That's why I'll be in charge of the actual fight. The boy parts with you to rejoin the girl waiting at the bridge. The two of them leave. You feel irksomely used by the boy, but you must nevertheless proceed to defeat the fish beast. For what it's worth, actually fighting the monster is typically the best way to get actual experience from it. Now we're fighting the fish. It's gonna end up being the fish that lives under Japan that causes all the earthquakes. This works. Ah! A campground! guess if that's the case, then we can go just a little bit further. Ah, there it is. Alright then. Takes us right into the campground. Ugh, wait, we got some levels. Good, good. Okay, custom. Let's see here. Have negotiation. This builds all enhances builds on one ally to recover HP. Knighthood may not be a bad one to go after, honestly. Let's see here, Inspire. Not sure about that one. You don't want to be in the hood at night. Oh, it's that kind of knighthood. Yeah, that could be a problem after all. I think I'll focus on the out-of-battle healing options that Sovereign has access to. Like Triumphant Cry and Monarch March. Reinforce. So you can be an H-game protagonist that gets a censored anime, what? Why do you read that back, Diablo? Okay, so is Fate so Fate an H game or what? I am so confused. I don't know in here. Welcome, Steven. Oh. This one's all black and scary. The moment you step foot into the vast wetland, you are assailed by an oppressive atmosphere. You look around in search of its source and spot the astrologer, Hypatia, who appears beside you. This muddy wallows its nest. Narmer uses the mud to move freely about the wetland. In support of the girl's words, you see a large fish snaking gracefully through the mud. Since Narmer is so at home in the wetland, you must grasp the topography to block its path. The girl then distinguishes for your benefit between the muddy and clear areas. Keep that in mind to drive it into a corner. Once it's stuck, strike from behind. To judge by the astrologer's words, the key will be to a clear grasp on this wetland's topography. The rest falls to you. Face the dreadful Narmer and live to tell the tale. Okay. Alright, this is as usual, this is going to be a bit of a puzzle, I think, to get him. Okay. So this is as good a setup I think as I can get going here. Okay, wait. First things first. I can't say that I'm satisfied right now with our current. me how this is supposed to go. So it's gonna try to naturally avoid me. It is running from me. Yes, it is running from me. Okay, so a thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna head back to the I'm gonna head back to town first. Sell off all of my stuff I need to sell. Fortune book. A lot of luck there. Going to town. Okay, oh yeah, I should probably go and... Probably return this while I got the opportunity to. How did the going go? Did you get the nest? I see you went through... I had no question for this one. Dealing with trouble. I had no clue. I'm sure Spare will be happy. It's very sweet smelling. I think I'm obligated to check if this is the real thing. I doubt a Spare will notice if I take a little nibble on it for myself. I'm joking. Do not glare at me. But I would never tamper with my merchandise. My reputation will be ruined. Here's a word for you. Hurry and take it. Well, we've run from at least one FOE so far. So it could be better. But it could also be a lot worse. So... I mean, yeah, we know that she's ESL. That's kind of the idea of the character, but... I kind of like Cass more, honestly. But then again, it's really hard to go... It's really hard to go wrong with Cass, you know? He was perfect! Oh well, at least we got a shopkeeper who probably occasionally looks at you with disgust. So yeah, it's not all bad. Does it say what kind of damage shape weapon does? Because I'm starting to question whether or not the rapier actually does stab damage. Howie, welcome, what's it been? 봐요. Resident. Also, yes, she will definitely be using cheeks thrust at some point. Mostly because I'm just really convinced that it'll pair very nicely with the cow. Because the cow does stab damage, and it also does multiple hits as well. No, Captain Underboob isn't the one that's getting referred to as the cow. It's a literal cow that that the wildling is gonna summon. Yeah, the almighty cow. It does multi-hit damage on enemies. It's gonna be a really good it's gonna be really good to have. It's too strong even. Okay, so it's gonna try to actively avoid my every move. And sadly, attempting to do a checkmate in one isn't really very viable. This isn't gonna be easy, I think. I got something wrong there. There's definitely a puzzle here. Okay, so here. So think doing this, trying to attack it from the bottom of the area isn't gonna work. Okay, so bottom left. Definitely a lot of mobs here. Oops. Anyways. So let's see what we're doing there. Gah! So I've noticed it'll basically try to get out of it'll generally try to break line of sight with me if it can. And there's no good way to end up preventing it from. I ruined it. I'm gonna sit up. Okay, so it's trying to go into the corners. There's a total of 8 different corners with the 4 different sections of this room. I need to figure out what a good area to basically catch it from is. So, Yes. And that's the part that kind of makes this difficult. I mean, technically I can go in a lot of puddles, but it ends up causing me to end up going slower. Basically. And the thing is, he's very slippery. I get it, it's a catfish. And the catfish is slippery. Also, I've noticed a very common issue. Thing is, I don't know how to get a good setup going at all. I'm still trying to go in here. Yeah, I figured. Back to square one. Thing is, I think I have to do something. Here. When do I blame anybody for pulling their hair out at this one? Maybe I gotta ease up on my pursuit every so often. course. The moment that you walk into this area, it's a non-issue. And they said something about getting him from behind. I don't even know if that's even possible, honestly. Sure. Because I am kind of at my breaking point with this guy so far. Wait. You find a small crack in the wall. Interesting. Why do I have a feeling this is actually not useful to this and I just ended up falling into the classic? You found everything but the way forward. I do this semi-regularly in games though, I've noticed. However... Oh... This is a discovery! This is a discovery! We found something! We found something! The joke is that, like, you know, sometimes in games I'm able to just find everything but how to proceed with the mission. Peak emote, Gabby. Peak emote. Gotcha. How's the team looking? Captain Underboob definitely could be looking better. But for what it's worth, she doesn't really have many issues in general. That's a lot of teeth. That's a lot of teeth. I got some ice cakes. I've been just kind of having some of those lately. Getting the impression. 145. That's weakness damage. You know, Kayaks, you make a very good point though. So still got a bit. I saw the lightning do extra damage, so I figure that's part of the case. Yeah. What do I do here? We'll just focus on volt damage. And down one. Frack. So the good news here is that we're kind of going okay, I guess. Gonna dismiss Mr. Mole. Honestly, it is really low. I should actually up that a bit now I think about it. You make a very good point there. Probably let's run this specific track feels a bit weird. Uh-oh. Yeah, Lingard. I think this is not off to the best start. Not really much again on account of the fact that I have no more revives. And yeah, lack of a medic is definitely felt. That's a lot of grinding right there, Kayaks. I'll try to give it another I'll try to give it another run and see what happens. So, like, if I can't kill the F40s, then I can't kill the boss. I suppose that is fair. get that one, Evil Bird. He's definitely a big boy. His lipstick game is on point, however. Could be worse, though. I'm sorry. Get over it. Let's go over no como Steven. Steven. No, I'm sorry to that one, Coburn. Like, if Primal doesn't even hit him if he's not even in the air anymore. Wait a second. Oh, I see how it is. So in other words, this is a game of whack-a-mole. I didn't expect it to be that easy. Ollie. What the fuck happened? Yeah, but that's kind of hard to get hold of an astrologer. I've been building the astrologer kind of weird. Anyways, that's the end. It's over. It's over. There is no fixing that. I figured that was a good square axe. This is pretty rough though. Not Diablo. Shut up, Lyles. For what it's worth, I can't heal everyone up, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if it's gonna be enough though. You have them read though, but that's... How far that'll take us is difficult to say, honestly. Yeah, they do them right though. Is camping viable at this point? I'm kind of curious about like how much you'd be able to heal. Like, so does he only heal if you go back to town, or is that how it goes, or? That's fair, I suppose. So I think I can safely say this run's basically dead already. However, we have more information now. Should also be noted, we do have a slightly better spear option. Yeah, we need to buff our options. May not be the most efficient option in the world, but for what it's worth, the text stays the same and she gets a TP bonus. I can't really do much as far as forging it goes though, because that's kind of expensive. Also, there's no good TP options, which is very disappointing. I also believe I'm gonna swap out the straw hat for the blind mask, because I can't have Captain Underboob getting blinded again. We lose too much then. Oh! The annual Fish Extermination Day will take place on Floor 4. All explorers are encouraged to participate. But only those who are allowed into the 4th floor are actually able to participate. Oh, you're accepting this request. This is a tricky one. The Fish Extermination is a traditional event in the Mora Road. This is your first time, yes? It all started 20 years ago when some fish people came up and started making dangerous comments about things such as peace and equal rights. Well, naturally, the Senatists didn't agree with these concepts, so they made sure that they had each and every one of them killed. And that's why you don't see fish people anymore. Let's see, the big fish and the devilfish yellowthorn and the 4-4, they breed very quickly. So the Senate created a Fish Extermination Day to wipe out those pests. The guild that defeats the most fish will get an extra reward. If you want to be coming in first place, you have no time for wasting. Sarah. We have our thread, right? Yes, you do. Okay, then we can buy an extra. Let's buy another tent then. Honestly, I feel like every Etchin Odyssey game at least has a few really fun quests. Let this burn run out this auto battle. I don't know why. As you exit the stairwell in the B4F, someone calls out to you. Are you from Nomad? Wilma, the woman from the Butterfly Bistro spoke with you. The Senatus has issued this request to all of the adventurers visiting the Kingdom's bars. He would like you to defeat as many banked fish and devilfish on this floor as you can. In order to encourage you to do so, we have implemented a ranking system. A guild's rank is determined by the total number of these pests that are defeated. Last time the Armor Road hunting group won by defeating 50 fish. Consider that while you fight. Also, if you leave this floor at all, even my Nipad, your tally will end there. Your score will not be considered out until you defeat at least 15 of these pests. If you leave before defeating 15, you will have to accept the quest from the bar again. That concludes my explanation. If you have no further questions, we would like you to begin. Let's do it, yeah. I will be looking forward to seeing how Nomad performs in the rankings. No go. Alright then. Let's hunt some devilfish then. So there's no time limit or anything, just... He's hoping that a lot of fish pop up for us, so. Admittedly, I'm a little bit nervous about the number that will show up, because... is easy. The problem is that more than 15 is where things get difficult. alright, Giancarlo. Did you shoot you the costume or what? Ah, okay, I'll keep that in mind. Right now I'm just finishing off the map overall. Maybe I should try some of the lower level areas. After all, devilfish aren't exactly the hardest enemies to beat in the game. I guess I just didn't expect there'd be a crevice over here to use. Not that it matters at all anymore. To go to be too not careful. the way that the stuff goes just doesn't feel right. This is not going too well, unfortunately. Ah! The good news is that I think we can just turn around and go back right now. Couldn't afford to not ignore the warning. Cause seriously, that was rough. So much as we were just kind of getting... We were on a bit of a rough spot even before the fish popped up. Because the fish law is difficult. Anyways, I figured out where they spawn from. So we should be in a slightly better spot now. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Either that or this is gonna end up turning into like a bit of a thinger. Now I gotta go up here. then. That definitely could have gone a little bit better, but whatever. Feels like I'm never really getting a really good one. Have I had a party wipe once this stream? Twice actually. Kind of. Probably the best example of a summoning class in the series. To be honest, I always like summoners in games like this. The wild thing is also pretty fun because the summons actually have a lot of variety to them. Not like much as I like the Necromancer, I will admit the Necromancer's biggest issue is that the Necromancer is very a bit one trick when it came to things. They had that thing is all, I guess. Not to say that I took issue with the Necromancer, however. Night, Gonzo! I did admit that I'd be interested to see what a wildling would look like if they did have the summoning layer. Like, I think fish article. cool the way that it uses the 6 slot. Kind of unfortunate actually that Chinon C4 didn't have any proper seminar classes. Ninja technical Katsuna. I mean, you know, that's the ninja class though. That's the Chinon C3 as well. After Slayer's battle, you think back to the guard told you before. You count up your kills and realize you have now defeated 15 fish. You can end this quest now or continue exterminating the fish and strive for a higher score. Now, everyone should be well aware of the fact that I'm a bit of a perfectionist in matters like this. In other words, I'm not gonna just ignore the fact that I could. I could just be, I could need to focus on getting as much out of this as possible. You gotta remember, I'm always in it for the clout. Thank you guys, right in the pasta check one there. I already did snack though. I already did have a snack though. And I always feel kind of bad about whenever I have snacks, cause like I feel like I'm always kind of like I just feel like I'm being kind of loud, cause you know. Munching. effective that would be, honestly. Besides, for what it's worth, Lindier, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what method I use to fall asleep. At the end of the day, half of it really does come down to my time management skills just being awful. Just the worst. I definitely could afford to borrow. You look back over the last several hours and realize you've killed many, many fish. You think about the previous year's winning tally the guard mentioned earlier. You can end this quest now or continue exterminating the fish to strive for a higher score. Perhaps a break is in order, if nothing else. Because we have been killing a lot of fish and about over 50 from the sounds of it. Probably best to go all the way and just go all the way to 60, you know? Shoot for 100. Yeah, may as well make sure that, like, you know, people don't even know what the metric would be next year. You know, people be like, how many should I go for? You know, it seems like, you know, you should probably go a bit high if I can, because, you know. Now then, they're just like, if I recall correctly, the team that won last year was, I think they killed over 144 fish. And then you're just like, oh, I don't even know what to do with this information now. Because it's a lot of fish. It's a lot of fish. Not to see until 3. I really want the main Herman class 2 from a Trinity 4. That's an interesting question. don't really know if a 3 Untold is really gonna happen. I know some people, not everybody thinks it will, but like, realistically, I don't know if it's possible at this point. At least just because at this point it's such a... It'd be so late after the Etrian Odyssey Untold games initially came out. And most people have also argued that Etrian Odyssey 3 out of all the games needs a remake the least. Granted, I wouldn't mind a remake just to get it up with, you know, current standards, but... As things stand right now, though, I mean, I'll be real with you, I find it pretty interesting in general. Not to say I'd take issue, though, if they did. I'd still buy it, because... I mean... The fish must be exterminated! And my investment in that tent also must be recouped. And I don't know if we've reached either of those. They are what Etrian Odyssey 4 class. Imperial. Would that be too much? Would it be too much? Would it be too much? Would it be too much? Would that be too big of an ask? Etrian Odyssey 3 Untold heroine being the Imperial class of Etrian Odyssey 4. We filled our bag! Okay, well, we definitely made our money back at least. I'll be honest, even though it'd be horribly lore-breaking, it would have been kind of cool if the Fafnir could have been a playable class in Etrian Odyssey Nexus. I know that it'd be lore-breaking. I don't deny that. Which is why I know it would never happen. There was no way it was going to happen. But like... It would have been kind of cool. And also just like in comparison, what's it called? The hero class just didn't really seem as interesting to me. Oh, what would be funny to watch the Etrian Odyssey team just freaking say screw it to their lore and add and take a one-of-a-kind character and make an entire class that just features that character's extremely niche set of abilities that relate to an equally niche circumstances of their existence. Cause yeah, I actually agree. It'd be kind of funny to see, honestly. Speaking of, did you guys see? Have you guys seen the new Power World? The new Power World that's coming out. It looks incredible, frankly. No, not Power World. Not Power World, no. It's, hold on, it's, It's I think it's called Pikmon or whatever. Yeah, it's it's Nintendo, please sue me the game. As yet another fish that falls dead, you realize that you cannot remember how many you killed. You are utterly convinced that you destroyed enough pests to win the competition. You should have turned that down to hear the... That really is the game saying, look, you've done enough. Just go. Just go. I am extremely... I am extremely excited. Is everyone here? We will now announce the results of the fish extermination competition. Number 3, Royal Guards, 40 fish. Number 2, Omar Road Hunting Group, 50 fish. Number 1, Nomad, 51 fish. Yeah, maybe I should have killed some more just to kind of, you know, make it a bit more, but it's like... It's just enough to spite them. The Cocoons are making announcements. The Senator thanks you all for your hard work. Winning guilds, report to the back to the bar and accept the you accepted the quest up for your awards. Dismissed. A price is right, Win. I was gonna ask if it was made by the same guys when I saw a teddy bear looking thing pull out a minigame. I know, right? Dude, like, there's a part of me that's over here wondering, so did Pocket Bear just like make like a shell company with the explicit intention of creating a game that features so much more copyright infringement than Pal World could ever be accused of doing? To the point where, you know, like, even people who are so, like, ravenously anti-Power World will be like, wow, this is even worse. This is even worse than what Power World did. And I'm just over here like... would this be a situation where... Like, if they'd done this specifically to make Nintendo waste resources trying to destroy a game... Or is this just somebody else who saw what Power World did, didn't freaking get it? Like, just did not understand what Power World did, and then just made an asset flip? It's probably number 2, but I'll be honest, it's like Nintendo or Pocket Fair being the ones that made this game, and it's like under like a shell company, would have been just the greatest thing ever. I would have loved it. It would have been awesome. It would have been awesome, but no. No. Space Marine, welcome! What's it even? Must be a day done so much. Shut up, Space Marine. Anyways. Oh, hello. Is it true that you were in the first place? The city isn't an uproar. The name of the Nomad Guild will be known throughout that armor. Enjoy your new fame as Master Fish Exterminators. Here's your award along with the prize money. Take it, don't be shy. Thoughts on exclusive and personal event animations getting pirated? I'm gonna be honest. I understand why people who are at the in-person event would be a bit upset with this stuff getting out there, just being out there, but I'm also gonna be honest. exclusive, okay? I think it's... I think it's just better when, maybe there's things have a little bit more stuff to it. I don't know. I just think it's more, I guess I just want to see more stuff be out there and available to be seen. I don't think I take issue, I guess. I think that really is just my best statement there. Like, I don't think that in-person event stuff really should exist at all. Don't really think I blame anybody, though, for being a bit upset about it getting leaked, though, because, At the same time, though. I don't know, like I said. Okay, we're all caught up on our quest, so... Maybe we should go to the port and just see what we can do there. Let's do this! We got money to burn, and we should test it if nothing else. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, the casting net doesn't get... It's not enough. The casting net doesn't bring us enough. Like, we broke even there, basically, that's all. That's kind of my view on it. It's kind of like a bit of just, okay... And, like, I get it from, like, a gatekeeping perspective, but at the same time, I also find it just a little bit, what's the word? Frustrating, I guess, for more of a, I've had issues with exclusive content before in the past. I don't know. Maybe it's just me being a bit, ish. Let's see, we should off everybody's stuff there. By the way, so we talking about the what's it called? Are we talking about the Evangelion thing, or is it something else that we're talking about here? And then, like, alongside that, another aspect of it is just that. Now, look, time exclusivity, I don't really mind personally, because anything can be timed exclusive, and I think it's fine at the end. But, like, when you're dealing with stuff like, freaking. I'm gonna be honest with you, realistically speaking, once it's out there, it's out there. It's gonna be somewhere out there that you could probably have access to. Nah, I don't really know what else to say there. It's just. And then they made it worse by sending the entire animation in warning emails. Well, Frank. That's just how it rolls sometimes. Incompetence. That's how that happens. Okay, so it's like, so we're still working only on like level 1 of all elemental skills. However, with Singularity, it's gonna be the strongest level 1 elemental damage skill you have ever felt. No, it's like with that one Missino variant that can only learn tackle. You know, you're gonna get hit with it. It is still tackle at the end of the day, but it's gonna be the strongest tackle you've ever experienced. Yeah, their charge looks good, but at the same time, my main issue there is just the overall cost of it. To me, at least, it feels like the cost to get really high over time, because, like, hold on. Because it's like 8 TP. It's like 12 TP every other turn. And then just like, I might be a bit incentivized to stop freaking rushing towards getting Meteor. Alongside the fact that Meteor is just really high level anyways, and high TP cost makes it kind of easy to justify not wanting to go for it. Also, I'm gonna be honest, there's a part of me that's tempted to double triples damage? Well, that might make it worth it in the end. Maybe. You gotta love those white girl classes in these games. Yeah, and then you just have to ask the question, you know, which class is the white girl class? The wildling or the zodiac? I guess at that point it doesn't really matter too much, does it? I'll definitely be considering a lot of things when subclasses are brought into play. But for now, we just have the current stuff to deal with. I don't even know what I'll do once we get our, like, unlockable class in the form of the Shogun or whatever I decide to go for. It's probably gonna be Shogun, though. Because between Shogun and Egg-Droid, I have significantly less use for the Egg-Droid. Because I know the Egg-Droid also pulls from the summoning, it does do summoning as well. Yes, I'm aware of both of the secret classes. I know this game features secret classes. And I did find it a little bit. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like unlockable classes in a Trian Odyssey games. It annoys me. Because every time in a Trian Odyssey class, I get that. It's just also look, my main point is in the remake of Etrian Odyssey 1 and 2, there were no bonus classes. And then in the original Etrian Odyssey, the Ronin wasn't available until a bit later in the game. And I'll be honest, I think the game is better off for it. The remakes aren't canon. I mean, be that as it may. Also, is that like, I'm actually curious, is that definitive? Like, you know, word of God, this is just how it is, or? Because now I'm curious. Is that actually the case, or? I mean, yeah, but like at that point, it does come down to the question of retroactive continuity. You know, like, does the untold continuity supersede the original games, or is it in the same context? Because if I recall correctly, 5 doesn't even take place in the same continuity as the rest of the series. And I don't know where 4 is. It's worth it. Wasn't doing much anyways, but still. Actually, you know, I'm gonna get on Medica, turn on the Sheena. Heal up on their boob as well. Okay, guard order. Oh, okay, that's fair. Well, look at that! Mr. Mole pops in for one turn and just suddenly starts taking control of things. Yeah, she's Captain Underboob. Look, don't laugh at her name, okay? She's a very well-respected, very feared pirate captain, okay? Alright, she's killed Fitty men, you know. Fitty men are dead because of her. Rear Admiral Underboob. This is a Piton household, of course. Of course. She's Captain Boss Slayer. She does not wear a brown arm, I know. here. Volt Star, 5-star, Volt Star. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Narmer got away. But don't worry. I'll manage. For now, however. There is work to be done. But I gotta go and I gotta make sure that we work on all other stuff. Okay, and we're good enough, I suppose. For what it's worth, I don't really know if Tiny Feet is gonna be very good for long-term, like for boss fights. At least as she is right now, because of our current stuff. Actually, I'm kind of curious if there's any skills or items that we can use to find. Where's the analysis scope? We really need analysis scope. I believe the name was a Venture Brothers reference, yes. We stole the name. Nice. Alright, let's do this. And because we're smart and the monster is stupid. Should probably heal off a bit of our damage before we go doing this. Yeah, I figured that the lowering attack and defense would probably be a better option. For what it's worth, I think if I get like if I start focusing especially on getting analysis scopes for bosses, I do think she would be pretty solid against most bosses because she could take advantage of all the boss's weaknesses. Because you gotta remember, the ability to just apply an effect every turn is really good. Really good. just keep applying the effects rather than having to worry about the effects going away and stuff like that. Like how the mole can just keep on giving him, Oh, wait, hold on. I should look into the summon that reduces... That, does headbinds. Because then, that can play into some things. And suddenly... They have extra damage. Like, we can do even more damage. I think headbinds... I mean, they should still reduce magic defense, right? Hold on a second. What the frick is going on with this? For some reason, Discord is showing a black... Oh, there it is. It's showing like a black circle for a reason on Discord. Okay, it'll be a beast war. Raw. Rah. Alongside that, also being able to just have your choice of what kind of damage to apply is also pretty useful as well. Keyboard star. Despite the fact that I feel like I haven't been doing perfect here. I think I'm managing surprisingly well, actually. It only took us a couple of tries, but in the end we walked away despite from that one. After a bitter struggle, you at last claim victory over Narma. As you let the victory soothe your aching muscles, Hypatia, the Motsumi Guild, rushes in. You're amazing, each and every one. I can't believe you bested in armor. The girl's surprised gaze shifts back and forth between you and the downed fish's carcass. From behind the awestruck stargazer comes a boy's voice, speaking in uncoutus tones. Got this, I don't know. Unctuous, I don't know. Thanks, now we can all go down into the second stratum. The fleshy-faced ninja walks off, leading the girl by the hand while babbling enthusiastically. Come on, we've got to get back to Morrowood and get our stuff together to go deeper. Starting tomorrow, we're going to challenge the unknown. Hope to see you guys there. With that, see you in the third to return to Morrowood. You're free to return as well to report your momentous achievement or remain here. Alright then, finally! You work your way through the next stratum that seems so reminiscent of the deep blue ocean's floor. As you look this way and that in wonderment, your gaze alights on the figure before you. You're the Nomad Guild, yes? So you bested in armor. Your strength is considerable. But I suggest you cast aside any frivolous notions that you are strong enough for this stratum. This is the undersea grotto. Somewhere here lies clues to the deep city that sunk long ago. None of you have found them yet, whereas many more explorers have vanished here compared to the realm above. Understand that the dangers here are beyond anything you faced in the first stratum. Kudera then turns to the north and motions for you to look in that direction as well. I leave you with this last piece of advice. Do you see that pillar of light? You look in the direction Kudera indicates to see a pillar of light that rises into the heavens. That is the submagnetic pole. Its workings are unknown, but it will allow you to travel freely between the labyrinth and the town. Perhaps it's some remnant of the deep city's old technology. We have no way of knowing. What we may be sure of is that it is useful. Remember it during your travels in this stratum. The young man then nods to you before taking his leave. You want to resume your journey, but it's a magnetic pull may warrant a closer look. Those guys are idiots. They could have gotten a free warp home. That would have saved them $100 not dollars. But they just couldn't help themselves. A crossbow load with so many arrows they fire as a storm. What the frick? That's wild. Although how much of a difference is... You know, considering the jumping cost, I don't know if this is worth it. Then again, you can also buff the hits. This thing does have like 4 slots on it, so... But then that's even more cost, so who knows? Anyways, so... Let's see, unusually strong monsters appear on the first floor. They need to be killed before they find the right armor road. It gets us a fire hammer. Dark Hospital class is very... I'm not too surprised to hear that, honestly. You know, I never use the proper archer in these games. Didn't use the survivalist in 2, didn't use it in 1. Even though, honestly, the survivalist in 2 had a lot of interesting options. Oh well. It's kind of just one of those classes that's like in that area of... Don't really think too much. I don't know what it is about both classes in games that just... I find genuinely disinteresting. The center of this issue this request later over to go. I bet you got it. I can't accept it yet. It seems there are monsters running around on the first floor that are far stronger than normal. Countless novices and ordinary citizens have fallen victim to these offerings. Their quest this time is to get in there and beat them down. I'm thinking this will be a good test of your skills, yes? The city is counting on you. Go restore peace to the people of Amar Road, explorers. I don't remember the fossil load on B5F. They exist. I could learn so much from them. Can you find it? There's another request from that researcher, Scott. Are you wanting to do it? Have you heard the rumors? Some people are saying that they found a monster fossils on B5F. Buster over there is one of the people who says he saw them. Scott is wanting to see if these rumors are true or not. We're both counting on you to get the job done. Let's see. I'll try to... Want the fossils? Oh, that story again. I managed to get there. Hidden way on the west side of Sub-Level 5. It was a total accident. I was being chased by a huge crocodile. Oh no. If you're not careful, you'll pass right by it. So even I have a... Oh god. Miss, another sea beast fall over here, please. I'll tell ya. I guess I should probably focus on the first quest, though. The moment you step into the forest, an ear-piercing howl shakes the air around you. You think back to that quest you accepted, that sound likely came from the targets. You can seek out the monsters and fight them, or ignore them for now and continue on your way. Alright, speak to, it's weak to ice. That is true. That is true. then. We should really handle these guys just fine. Granted, it's a classic Etrian Odyssey moment where you end up having at least one quest where a bunch of enemies that have no business being in the early forest or find their way into the early forest. It's also weak to blindness. Unfortunately, not that many options for inflicting blindness, so... That'll have to wait, though. Forget that you really should actually fight though. I'm gonna fight these guys because FOEs are a very effective means of improving your overall damage output. Consider, welcome, how's it even? Maybe I already said that though. Changes nothing. Changes nothing. Alright, so another level of call out and we can get call cow, which also, is Plague any good as far as status effects go? What even is Plague? I should look this up actually for... See, Plague damages the affected at the end of the turn. It can also spread to their allies. It appears only in Etrian Odyssey 3 and uses the same icon as Fear, since that ailment is not in the game. Wait, there's no Fear in Etrian Odyssey 3? Yeah? As someone who's currently playing, as someone who, is not using, a hexer in this game, I approve. I approve the lack of Plague, or the lack of Fear. Maybe Ooze wouldn't be a bad one to go for. They are also universally regarded for just how, you know, strong they are. Also, the Ooze does sludge damage, which is kind of a weird thought right there. So if I continue single-mindedly going after a call cow, which genuinely seems good. Yeah, We're gonna go for it. We're gonna go for it. Morals! Then we go for Etheric Charge. Because apparently Etheric Charge is actually really good. They got a little close. As you strike the death blow, the monster lets out a final, keening wail and collapses. You've completed their quest. You should report back to the bar for a reward. Man, the number of Great Lynxes that I encountered on those first couple of levels. Oof. Stuff of nightmares right there. Welcome to you, returning to safety. A guard came in a moment past and told me you accomplished our quest. You're getting so strong lately, so dependable. Thanks to you and the danger is dealt with. And the armor out is resting easy now. Keep up the good work. These are weddings as promised. Do help us again. Alright! We got the fire hammer, which actually is not a terrible find, actually. Because that means that now I can have fire damage applied to our weapons. Which also means that actually, now I think about it, TJ is equals to Golem speak there. Alright, Lolly, you have a nice night. Look, you gotta remember. ESO. And then there's armor, no armor. None accessories either. No items. See. I don't think I need another thought. I think I already got my thought. Never hurts to have a spare tent though. Actually, seconds here. I'm definitely gonna have to have somebody take on the farmer as their subclass though, cause God can't master is too hard to say no to. Figured if I was gonna do anything, maybe monk, just for the healing stuff. But even then, that ends up eating into the TP usage in general, which is kind of difficult. So I'm wondering if there's anyone with the Yeah, I figured that was the case. Trying to see though is I'm guessing that there's no class though that gives the effect of a what's it called? The thing that lets you be able to see what an enemy's weaknesses are. Cause that'd be nice to have as a pocket option just for being able to figure out what all I can actually do to some enemies. Cause naturally some enemies are scarier than others. Yeah, but that doesn't help us figure out things like, The main thing I'm actually thinking of as far as use cases go is the... fuck. Like, trying to figure out what skills I can use to basically help figure out whether or not I should use a specific skill on a boss. So like ailments and stuff like that, because bosses have individual ailment weaknesses. And that's a totally different scenario. As you walk the ocean floor, you find a small tide pool at a dead end. The clear sea water holds, among other things, shellfish of various hues and shapes. You wonder if the shellfish are edible. The fastest way to find out may be to try one. I see here. The brown spiral shell, the yellow-black tusked, the red half shell. Let's try maybe the yellow-black tusked one. Creepy the dog! Welcome! What's even? I forgot I was still looking around. Like, see us, and you had to run off to work and here. Welcome! Welcome. How's it been, Creeper? Annabelle takes the tusked fish from the tide pool and cracks it open. Tastes it cautiously. There's a smooth, milky taste, which Annabelle enjoys very much indeed. Well, that was a lot of TP gain for... sadly, something I don't know for it though. Don't know if you're gonna gain much out of that one though. Alright then, I'll catch you later then. I hope your stream goes well. Now they'll just pop up and I'm just like, no, this is Patrick. Bolt. Maybe fire? Ice. I guess they have no specific elemental weaknesses. Lucky on that one. Did somebody die? I would have had to fix that one. Not sure it would have been fun. For what it's worth, I probably should upgrade bandage though. Actually, wait a second. Is there an Utcher in Odyssey 3 skill calculator? There it is. Okay, so okay, so the benefits of bandage actually do go up by quite a bit. Actually, the further you level it. Combat stay actually. 1% and 1 to 10% of combat experience and not an active party. That's really low. Jeez. Like, seriously, I have no clue how it actually is, honestly. The one benefit though is that every single level of the gathering skills does increase your overall does just give you another chance to use the gathering skill, which is honestly kind of neat. Either way, either way. I definitely do prefer how the remakes handle FOEs though. Because it's really hard to tell what exactly an FOE is before you see it in this game. Alright, let's see here. I have a strong button again. that Mr. Coral isn't too much of a threat, though. They swim there asleep. Mr. Owl is definitely gonna end up being, high-key the MVP of the group. And that fills me with deep disgust. If you want the undersea path, you still have to admire a small pond of seawater. You tap some bud and drop it in the pool, causing the fish to gather and nibble at it. You spend a few peaceful moments watching the fish before a black shadow suddenly approaches. It seems the small pond of fish is a feeding ground for sea monsters. You are seized with the desire to fight the monster and save the small fish, but then again... Also, that I'm gonna be honest, that just looks like a high-res image of an anemone right there. I don't know what it is, it's just, it looks off to me. You quickly break the surface of the water to divert the monster's attention before it eats the fish. The monster, finding you to be more appetizing prey, jumps out of the water at you. Vanquished, you look again at the peaceful pond, but the small fish have escaped. Your success in saving their lives will have to be enough, and you do feel satisfied as you walked away. Oh, fuck. Abyssal Death! Not exactly the sort of name that you, want to deal with. At least I think I've avoided it. Okay, so what's your guys' weakness? Bashing. I know, Squid, I got the hit now. But could I trust the answer? That's the scary part. You just wandered in one day and you know, you don't even know. She's just constantly being gaslit with a freaking hypno owl. Yeah, no, that's just life right there. your journey through the blue forest, you meet a familiar female astrologer. She notices you and walks over with a smile. It's good to see you again. Thanks for what you did for us in the first stratagem. The girl curtsies differently, but her countenance is gloomy and she seems absent-minded. You want to ask her what happened, but you do have other things to accomplish in the labyrinth. The girl smiles at your considerateness and responds, I'm not sure why it is, but I have a terrible fear of these clear blue halls. Some explorer I am, huh? The girl mutters sadly to herself. The girl seems quite forlorn. You're not sure if it's better to comfort her or leave her be. What are you afraid of? The female astrologer closes her eyes and thinks for a moment before answering in a small voice. You may laugh, but I've had a recurring nightmare ever since entering the second stratum. In it, I'm venturing through this grotto with someone. When next I realize it, we're surrounded. My companion shields me from the monster's onslaught and ends up in bloody shreds. Hypatia shakes her head and falls silent as if unwilling to recall any further details of the dream. It's probably best not to pry deeper into the dream, but there is more you should say to her. You could say to her. You should probably turn around. If the girl is this frightened of the labyrinth you muse, it would be impossible for her to survive. You tell her so, and she nods sadly in response. You're right, I understand. I've often thought so myself, but... The girl nods deeply at your words of caution, but wears a troubled look as she continues. If I'm not with the Gata, he'll try to face the labyrinth alone. That is why... After these nearly whispered words, Hypatia hurriedly thanks you for your advice. The girl apologizes again for troubling you with such a trivial matter. If you have no more to say, it may be time to be on your way. It is said to leave the foreign girl to her own devices and leave the area. Go. Speaking of suddenly having to deal with stuff, oh no! Tira. That's close. I guess it's probably a good place to head back then. Shoes that have an opening for small things be concealed. Boost HP. Let's see what else we have. Right, that has something to do with fossils, which we're getting at that point anyways. I should probably call it a night. Scout Trap, welcome! How's it even? I apologize, I'm probably calling it now because it's getting late and I have work tomorrow. We got a lot done though. We reached the second floor, so. Or the second stratum, so. That's a decent bit there. Yeah. And again, maybe I can't take a look over here at the port because I didn't really do much sailing. I think I might do a little bit of this stuff and just maybe go from there. The night wind blows near her when you notice a bluish white light at the mast tip. Nautical folklore refers this as the fire of Helena and fear it as an omen of storms. This puts you in a gloomy mood as you continue your voyage. Oh! Frick! Dang! You arrive at a plain-looking island, a good distance from our road. It's likely unnamed. You're about to pass it without a second glance. Some tiny feet lets out a shout. Tiny feet excitedly says there's a barrel wedged in a crevice in the cliffs. You use a telescope to take a closer look, and you do indeed see a barrel as Tiny Feet claimed. If you are interested in the barrel, you are free to recover it. You disembark from the ship and head towards the crevice in the cliff face. You reach the cliff and find more barrels stacked together behind the first. You open one and discover a crystalline stone known as niter, a material used for gunpowder. Another ship must have stolen this shipment here, fearing being wrecked by violent currents. You decide to load this cargo into your own ship. We made our money back at least. Ah, not enough. We lost money on that one. Maybe I should take the sauerkraut. But it does increase the overall cost of it by quite a bit. The spring storms have started. I certainly do hope that you're staying safe at least. Navigating the constantly intricately placed islands, you spot an odd isle up ahead. Large stones in the shape of human faces line the coast, staring into space with empty eyes. If you have the provision for it, you can make your way toward the island. The rifle took hold of the ship, severely damaging it. No, I'm glad you're back. Your voyages seem to be going well. What, you found an island with boulders that look like human heads? You know, I believe I read about that place. It said a tribe with superior technology lived there. Apparently they used it to create stone giants that they used as war machines. From what I hear, the city that sunk during the calamity had very similar ancient methods. It seems worthy of an investigation. It'd be great if you could establish a route there. If we can send in Marines to check it out, we could get some answers. I wish you the best of luck. Also, the repair costs are exceptional, unfortunately. Well, we made some progress, at least. Even if it ended up costing us money in the end. At any rate, I think that's it then. Let's take a look at our raid options. I think I'll go ahead and give it to Razor. He's currently playing Ace Combat 7. No, they're making golems! The tribe was exiled with good reason, you know! Anyways. Tomorrow, I'll be starting Dark Forces 2. The second one. Not to be mistaken with Dark Forces 1. Wait, no, hold on. The name was weird. Wait, hold on, let me look at this, hold on. It was... What is it? Yeah, sorry, no. Star Wars Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2. Finally get to see the old live action cutscenes. Oh god. Anyways. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. So, great evening.